Well, yeah, it's a mess. I'm so tired today. So there's like a national, there's a couple of national days, like National Book Reading Day, National Women's Day, or maybe Global Women's Day, Reading Month. Reading Month by America's Charities on February 21st. In honor of Dr. Seuss's birthday, March is designated as National Reading Month. You want to know what I'm reading this month? I am rereading this year. This John Dies at the End. There's a brand new one that just came out. Um, it's by Jason Paragon, who used to go by the pseudonym David Long. But John Dies at the End is basically it's a horror split shit post kind of book. It if you like SCP, you'll like these books. Um, I haven't finished the newest one yet, so please don't spoil it for me. It came out like a couple months ago, and I still haven't finished reading it because I've been reading other things like that U.S. Constitution, all sorts of different things. I'm so lazy. Or wait, no, what's the opposite of lazy? Apparently, because nobody else reads. National Women's Day is in. Oh, that's in August. Never mind. I'll be back with that. What is this? This month is what is March? Just reading month. It's a Gay Pride Month. Nope, that's in June. So let's see. What else? What else did I need? So I really like uh, Jason Paragon's writing style, but he was part of a team on Crack.com. I don't know if you guys know this, but in Facebook times, Crack.com was accused of political um, sides choosing, and they're like it's because it's owned by Chelsea Clinton, and then like every person that worked for Crack.com at that time left. They just I don't know if they got fired. I don't know if it was like part of that thing or whatnot, but they all left, and that was about the time that I left reading Crack.com because they were all of the people that I read at the time. I haven't even been back since. So I don't know if the new people are any good, but that team was pretty good. Um, they have a lot like everybody that used to write there. They've got their own YouTube channels now and their own media, like 1-800 Hot Dog at Patreon. Uh, Cody Johnston does some more news. They're scattered. But if you find them, any of them, they are typically very good um, at their due diligence, and they are pretty well balanced. Jesus fucking Christ. And I don't know. That's really like a weird thing at the time because of everything that's coming out right now. Like about insert mainstream news media channel here. But that little website, crack.com, was the target of a mass slander attack. Like, what the fuck, dude? It was so weird. If you're wondering about it, the way that we got to where we are now is um, conservatives built up this platform that, oh, you know what we do? You know, Republicans and Democrats, they insult each other, but, we're always on the same level. So when the libtards start criticizing the conservatives at that time, um, it looks baseless and just like they're just messing around. So a lot of things that got highlighted in the media that were not on crack.com, by the way, were, you know, the stupid insults, the stupid arguments, where it's like, why are you highlighting this? This doesn't matter. We're worried about this stuff over here. And that stuff over here got completely ignored for the bullshit articles. I'm still surprised that there is so much going on right now with red media, you know. Like, we saw this stuff happening in real time, and like nobody believed the people that were online because they were dorks or something. Like, so very weird. I guess it is what it is, but like really messed up. Yeah, so, I forgot everything else I was going to talk about today. There's a lot. Um, M&Ms. M&Ms. This one's going to sound bad. This has to do with like the prima donna attitude. So Van Halen. Okay, so first I'm gonna say this. You're gonna have to hold on. So Van Halen in their rider for whatever show that they were doing would say at the end they put this list of stuff that they need to set it up, and then at the bottom it would say, in our room we need a bowl of M&Ms with all of the brown M&Ms removed, which on the surface sounds like a dog whistle. It's not, I promise. I don't know what it is about the brown M&Ms. They just, I don't know. To me, they always tasted brown. I don't know. Maybe it's because it didn't have any of that red 40 in it. Anyway, the reason why they asked for this was because they used to set up the stage with huge amplifiers, like stacks of equipment. And these towers of equipment were really dangerous. If they fell over, they could kill somebody. And early on in their show or in their career, that almost happened. And they're like, we have to make sure that this never happens again. So they put this list together in their rider about all these things that they need done. And to ensure that the venue did everything that they asked, they put that in there about the bowl of M&Ms with no brown M&Ms in it. So if they went into their dressing room and they see that bowl of M&Ms they asked for, but there's brown M&Ms in it, they're like, okay, they obviously did not read the rider, and someone is gonna pay the price if we play this show. Plus, they get to act like raging prima donnas when it happens. It was like this twofold thing where, you know, they could look full of themselves while also being boring and safe. um, there's a lot of little stories like that around um, that I really appreciate. You know, it's one of those things where if you can't verify every little detail by yourself, you don't have the time to do it. You need those little inspection points, those surface inspection points, so that, you know, you have the warm fuzzy feeling that the people that did what they said they were going to do, you know. Now this I've seen this is used in the military a lot. Okay, it's called a white glove inspection. It's not an actual white glove inspection. The general comes around, so what everybody does is they clean everything really nice so that there's nothing sticking out that the general will see and then raise a stink about. Because if he sees one thing, then he's going to look deeper into it. That's the theory. Um, so what this does is it tends to make the employees focus more on making it look good on the visiting good for the visiting general than actually doing their job correctly, because they have to waste all this time doing bullshit cleaning efforts. So, you know, that's one drawback of that particular system. It works for rock stars apparently, but not generals. What else did I want to talk about today? And, you know, the one thing that you'd think that like would be a benefit to being a trans woman is that you still have a dick. Sorry. Um, you know, the stereotype. Men get off and women don't. Dude, being a trans woman is worse because, you know, the equipment functions normally, but like you never feel like it did anything for you. So you're just like, frustrated all day long. What's wrong with you? I don't know. I don't know. I should be fine. I should have post-nut clarity, and I don't. Ah. I'm very anxious today. Should be fun. Dog. And, you know, I've tried a few different ways. I've been on the sex toy websites and was like, all right, well, this isn't working. Let's try something else. Maybe I'm into butt stuff. I tried the butt stuff. And I was like, okay, this butt stuff isn't working. Maybe I'm into other butt stuff. That butt stuff wasn't working. I was like, all right, well, I've tried this enough times. I know that I do not want a dick in my ass. And I don't find men attractive, so what the fuck do I want here? What do I want? Like, that's the one thing they don't tell you about being trans is like, for a lot of us, it feels like squeaky squeak. It feels like we don't have like the set of genitals to begin with. Like, it's there, sure. Doesn't do a whole lot for me. I tell you what. Just leaves me with a sense of disappointment. Every time. And you might be like, Mel, but you're celibate. Have you just tried with another person? That's for me to know. And you not to know. Can you imagine, like, what was the term for it? Just getting off really quickly, being one of those 5-second, 5-minute types, and then just like, even though got off, like both parties are still wildly disappointed. Like, this sucks. What did I want to do today? Today I'm gonna play Dead Space. And I might do a warm-up session for karaoke. Just to see how everything's working out with my setup. Hiccups. I had some other things to talk about. I don't remember what it is. I feel like I have to say this poem again because I keep saying the things. Because everybody on the right keeps saying we need to get rid of all this socialism. Well, you know, this thing. First, they came for the socialists. I did not speak out, because I was not a socialist. Then, they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out, because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Look, dude. It is sometimes mistakenly referred to as a quote is attributed to the prominent German pastor Martin Niemöller. Niemöller? Sounds like it'd be French, but I don't know German pronunciation, so who knows? And I can keep seeing people talking shit. Like, these people are the problem with the country. And it's like, no, you can't take that stance. And I don't really like slippery slopes arguments, but this one in particular, when you blame a specific person or something, and then you get rid of that group or person, then the next step is to go, all right, who is the next person causing problems? The next person. And this is what can be called as the weakest link. And you keep removing links in the chain until there's only one link left. And that link breaks, everything falls apart. That's why I refrain from blaming Republicans, conservatives, or conservatism in general, because it could quite easily go the other way. They start blaming somebody else. Capitalists, for example. The only way that this works, this whole thing, the only way humanity works together. If we're not in this together, if we're not all in this together, all of us, then we get divided. And when we get divided, we fall. United we stand, divided we fall. Let people put a fissure in between any group of people, no matter what they believe. This is what happened. And yeah, there's always going to be some loudmouth kid, loudmouth man-child doing something stupid, saying some stupid stuff, being the town drunk. And maybe he's got some good points, and maybe he really doesn't. Like, unless somebody is literally murdering you, you shouldn't accuse them of murder. I don't think. My opinion. Like, there's flaws in that. And people aren't going to get along. And some people are just going to be, for lack of a better term, little shits. And that's just the way it is. The only way to fix it is to try to find the good in everybody and relate to them and find something we can stand together on. It's not centrist talk where it's like, oh, I'll meet you halfway. No, we have to find somewhere we can agree. So, like, if your argument is that I should not exist, for example, is it because I'm hurting anybody? I mean, I have hurt people. As a cog in the system, I have hurt people. But we're all cogs in that system. So that system needs to change. My hair is knotted. So it turns out and I hate that I just learned this. I hate that it's a thing. But I'm gonna talk about it anyway. So it turns out that the finance bros were messing everything up. And I used the term finance bros specifically. You know who I'm talking about when I say finance bro. What's up? What can I do for you? You wanna come here? Got you. Ah! No, 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 no! Ah! Let go! Let go! Ah! No claws! No claws! Help! Help! I'm trapped! What's that claw trap? Let go! Let go! Let go! Ah! Bitch. So the finance bros were causing trouble. They were online. This cultural warfare that I've been talking about. The differences online, offline. All these crypto bros online. We were doing a lot of illegal shit in plain sight. Literally posting pump it and dump it memes on the stock tickers that they were pumping and or dumping. Allegedly. And the reason why. What? Come here. Come here. You calm down. You calm down. Why are you so upset today? Huh? Huh? Why are you so upset today? I want applause, dude. It's... I think my hair looked better with the knots. All those curls in it. That sucks. Now I just look like a swamp witch. Put this under the camera. I had a 2-hour electrolysis session today. It sucked. I will never do that again. Ever. I'm making no promises to my future self. But now I don't feel like shit for having facial hair like I did. So, win for me. Dude, my hair makes me stupidly happy. She's just waiting to scream at me. Fear. She's waiting to be a nightmare. Biding her time. It's a perfect moment. When she can strike. See, I told you. Anyway, the reason why they weren't caught is because there's no professionals online. There's no old school professionals online. This is why a lot of people were able to get away with what they were getting away with, is because all of the authorities that were supposed to be paying attention, they think the internet is witchcraft. Like, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, right? That means if you can't use it, then it might as well be a magic spell. If you can't figure it out, if it frustrates you, that's how you know you're illiterate. Like, don't get me wrong, some technology is legitimately bad. Like, it really needs work in order to make it more user friendly. But if the users won't use the technology, then how are you going to make it friendly? And like a lot of things, like with like printers, who uses a printer besides people that aren't online? I haven't used a printer for anything except to give to somebody who didn't want to read the information online. That's it. In the past 15, 20 years, that is the only time I have ever printed anything out. What are you going to do about it? You can't even read. Yeah. Meow, wow. Meow, wow. Oh, she's not looking anymore. What's more, you know something that TV personalities can't see that the viewers can? Their influence over other viewers. So, a lot of these people on cable TV and a lot of people on the internet right now, TikTok kitties, they do this thing where they're so worried about their viewer base. They're so worried about their profits. All that money that. Get out of here. What are you going to do about it? Oh my god. Little. Fuck. So they're so worried about their viewer base. All they're doing is catering to their base. They think that their viewers want to watch a certain thing, so they present that certain thing to their viewers. What they don't realize is that the viewers are watching them because they think they're telling the truth. And then they repost what they say online. And then they look online and they see the stuff that they posted online and they say, oh, okay, they want more of that. So they give the viewer base more of that. That's how social media works, by the way. Also, that's how newspapers work. Also, that's how television has always worked. Like, I don't understand how you can be part of that life and not know the impact that you have on society. No, I do know. Because I've had an impact on society, and it was confusing as hell. Just like, oh, I said that, didn't I? Oof. Sorry. Words have power, and this is their power. What are you gonna do about it? Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see you, Georgia. What do you want? Okay. Can you at least meow nicer? Meow. Meow. Use your inside cat voice. Meow. Meow. Like, this is a whole science. Having a fan base. I'm trying not to say something stupid that people will understand the wrong way. Not like blaming the viewers, but like, you know how you bullshit with your friends, right? Like, that's what I really wanted with this stream, more so than anything else, was just to be kind of bullshitting stream, which I'm sure that a lot of other streamers and broadcasters wanted to do. I'm sure that's what they just wanted to do, is just to start out and just be like having a conversation with somebody. What, dude? Yeah, okay. But in recent times, will you calm down? I'm sorry. I did go off on you. I'm sorry. Do you forgive me? Okay. Um, so in recent years, because of the internet and stuff, unlike on other on what we had before, TV channels and whatnot, this dividing line between journalism and uh like government and police reports and commentary and just bullshitting with your friends, those dividing lines between all of those kind of like what happens when you say, hey, what you're doing, what you're doing is causing this damage here. Every rational person is going to be like, I am just bullshitting with my friend Rafa here. How is that going to affect people in Africa? Because it doesn't make any logical sense. But the logical connection is that the internet. So, the internet, these words, a lot of us are just shit posting. That's why people on those websites that are shit posting say, if you don't like it, go somewhere else. Just shit posting here. You're not supposed to believe any of this. The problem is, people that took the shit posting for absolute fact moved in and they adopted that rhetoric. Say, oh, we just call it shit posting and we can do whatever we want. So I'm not like advocating that like heavy restrictions on freedom of speech. What I'm saying is that we need to separate these pieces again. We need these different avenues of expression because nobody knows what they're getting anymore. Nobody knows if they are getting a police report that was written by New York jurisdiction or their own jurisdiction. They don't know if they're getting football commentary or political commentary. They don't. What? You make a valid point, but you are being very loudly, and I really do need you to calm down. Thank you. People don't know if they're getting shit posting or the truth. And this is what a lot of people were complaining about. We're like, how are you going to fact check me when I am just being sarcastic online, when I'm just making a joke? It's a joke, not a fact. And that's because the viewers, the other users online, they can't tell the difference. So they will look at your jokes and they will say, no, this person believes that shit. Not because you believe it, but because they know 8 or 10 people in real life that heard what you said and they believe it. And this is a brand new, completely unprecedented sociological discovery. Yes? Could you please lay down and go do something else? Come here. Come here. Come here. Don't bullshit on me. It is a completely new social science. This phenomenon that we're Oh my god, dude. Could you stop? Come here. Come here. Dude. Dude. Come here. Stop yelling at me. Yeah, I know. You're just shitposting. Come on. It's, it's just wet. Ragdolling it. All right, you calm down, okay? No. Oh my God, why won't you just calm down, dude? Huh? Oh my God. Why? Oh my God. Bruh, I'm trying to stream. Can you stop? I will kick you out of this room. Don't think I won't. Georgia. 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 Oh my God, dude. All right, get out of here. Get out. Don't cat. It's not unprecedented. There are examples of how this works throughout history, but on the scale that it is unprecedented. We can see things happening that just don't we've never seen happen before, thanks to the internet. It's insane. And the only reason why I noticed it is because I've been online my whole life. Like this online stuff is just my normal, you know? Don't you start. Oh my God. Bruh, get out of here. So this sociological phenomenon at this scale is unprecedented. At least she's keeping herself entertained. I know what she's asking for, but she doesn't need it. Every once in a while, just be like, ignore. Otherwise, she gets bossy. Right, she's just gonna come back in and start yelling at me. So anyway, this is a completely unprecedented social science that the people that were supposed to be in charge just didn't understand how it worked. That's fucking weird, dude. Like, that is so weird. You would expect them to understand these things. But, I've been in both places now, so I can understand why they didn't understand it. They're the same as everybody else. They don't want to do their job. They don't like their job. Why does nobody like their job? Literally everybody hates their job. They wish they could be doing something else, and then they don't do that something else, forcing somebody else to be in a job that they also do not like. Like, how is it that nobody likes what they do? Nobody likes what they do. Except for the mechanics and the plumbers. Not me. I tried the mechanic route. It was fun while it lasted, but I did not like it. I was only there because that's where the military needed me. That's why I went. But in this large scope of things, like, how are these people in charge of broadcasting that just hate broadcasting? Like, do something else, dude. Why do you hate your job so much? Oh, that's just what everybody hates their job. It's fine. It's why I decided to do whatever this is. From this angle, I can see why people accuse me of using a beauty filter and or makeup. And no, I am not no. Already went over this. I'm a mutt. At most, I'm half. Speaking of filters, there is a problem with filters. There is a problem with filters today, and that feeds into this problem, the sociological problem we have of these non-dividing lines of communication. All of these lines of communication should exist, but they need to stop being in the same spot. You know, kind of like the idea that drag performers are cabaret performers. And it's like, I mean, some are, but like that would be saying that every hoe you ever met performed in the cabaret. Like, most of them are just comedians. Like, they just go on stage, talk a bunch of shit, maybe do some dancing in a lip syncing contest, and then that's it. Not exactly cabaret. Well, okay, okay. You know what? I see where they were coming from now. See, I didn't think about it from the perspective of RuPaul's Drag Race, where they literally get on stage and finish every performance with a strip tease. Um, so I see where they're coming from. I blame RuPaul like every good trans woman does. Gonna keep a straight face for that. I don't have anything against RuPaul. RuPaul said that the drag shows that he put on were for men performing drag. And the reason why post transition trans women not allowed. Post transition, HRT, surgery, the whole 9 yards, was because it was like using steroids, in his opinion. It wasn't like trans people aren't allowed. It was a where men pretending to be women. Like, I can see where their rhetoric comes from when I look at it from this angle. So it's RuPaul's fault. I'm not gonna blame RuPaul. Like, everybody has cable TV. You know what's on cable TV. You did not sign up for HBO Max expecting not to see hot incest sex for Game of Thrones. You know what you were getting yourself. So, I can see where the frustration from the conservatives comes from. But, again, those are drag performers and not trans people, so don't stop lumping us together. Sorry about that. But hey, now everybody knows, right? At least, 1,000 people know. It's these little things that, you know, we all see going on, but we sometimes don't connect the dots. We don't look close enough. That's because we don't communicate properly. If all I saw of a drag performer was the end of an episode of Drag Race, where they're lip syncing and strip teasing for their life, I might get some ideas that that's what drag is. Like, I can see it. I can see it. You know? But at the same time, in the same breath, men are allowed to wear Speedos on TV. So, where do you draw the line here? Is it because they are dressed as women that they are not allowed to strip tease? That they're not allowed to do those things? Is it because they are men dressed as women? Is it because they're men? No, it's not because they're men. Because if they were men dressed as men, we wouldn't have that kind of feedback. You see where I'm getting at with this? I mean, I'm pretty sure that I have some wardrobe malfunctions, and that's because I just still don't understand how female clothing is supposed to work. I haven't had to deal with it till now. I'm sorry. I'm working on it. There's a lot of work. Everybody would rather make fun of me than pull me aside and be like, hey, your nips have slipped. And there's that whole problem. Like, if I am a woman under the law, does that mean I can't walk around topless? Now, if I am a man, as every conservative person is happy to call me all the time, does that mean I can go topless? That's where we see the double standards in it. So on one side, I'm being called, these are by the same people. I'm not a woman, so I should stop pretending to be. It's fine. But then on the other side, I am not a good role model for young women and girls because of how I am, even though I don't know better. Or because you literally just called me a man and now you expect me to act a certain other way that you didn't call me. So, where do these rules hit me? How should I be judged? And do these rules that are being pressed against me, that are being to held me specifically to a higher standard, are they fair to cis women? It's a very big thought experiment. It all starts with the segregation and discrimination of women that are held to a different standard than men are. And because I'm trans, or because they are drag performers, we are now suddenly held to a completely different standard because of this separation between men and women. So now, trans and cross dressers, what standard do they hold? And most of the anti-trans, anti-drag rhetoric, this is where shit really hits the fan, is because if you hold us to one standard and we follow that standard, then we're wrong. And if you hold us to another standard, follow that standard, then we're still wrong. So it's pretty important to be clear what we're talking about here and to not have the dumb conversations being the loudest when we know that RuPaul should be the loudest. Sorry. That was a bad joke. I take it back. So like, let's look at the WWE, for example. Let's just look at wrestling. These dudes are allowed to walk out with a Speedo, boots, wristbands, and wrestle other men in very precarious positions. Mind you, very precarious, in front of children. But a whole other set of men, and I'm talking about drag performers in this, cannot do that at all. The same thing. Women in the WWE, in wrestling, are allowed to have mud wrestling, pillow fights, bra and panty matches in front of children. But a drag performer is not. Where does that leave trans people? We can't do either because we're held to a higher standard. We shouldn't be. If we went out as a trans woman and wrestled in male matches, then we would be setting a bad example for children because it would devolve into the typical jokes about manhandling and prison rape and how that trans woman was asking for it because the way she was dressed in a male wrestling match. And if she goes into that bra and panty match, that's even worse. Because now she's a rapist. And I really hope that what I'm saying doesn't get taken out of context, but I know not much I can do about that. What I can point out are these little incongruencies behind what is acceptable media and content and what isn't, even though they are theoretically the exact same thing. We know there's biological differences between people, and we know that a lot of the systems that we're using today were created hundreds of years ago, and we still use them because we've always used them. So the one argument that I can give that anti-vaxxers kind of have a point about, it's just the one. I don't support anti-vaxxers because they would prefer that I died. But there's a reason why I stay inside. I have to take Humira because of my arthritis, and that affects my immune system. Because I otherwise have an overactive immune system, and that immune system will attack my muscles and bone mass. So I still wear a mask and I still go outside with my mask on, rarely, because there's only 60% herd immunity. And I've probably had COVID like 6 times, even though I'm up to date on my shots, because that herd immunity isn't there. Like, if it's anything like the flu, you should really only get it like once a year, maybe after you get the flu shot, where everybody's like out of commission for the weekend instead of for a week or a month, you know? But I digress. The one argument that anti-vaxxers have that makes sense to me. Okay, there's two that make sense to me. The other one that I just thought of was the ingredient list. How are these vaccines made? What's in them? How do they work? That was a good argument. And that argument led to there being more transparency about vaccines in general. And that is one of the things that helped both sides out. But the one argument before that one was that how do we know that these old viruses are still a threat to us in this day and age? How do we know that for certain? And we can't. I'm gonna back up. I'm not gonna say what I was about to say. People don't know how to take that information. Actually, there's 3 arguments that anti-vaxxers make that make sense to me. It's good that those are the 2 good arguments. How do we know that we still need these vaccines when these things aren't a threat anymore? That is a conversation that needs to happen on a global scale. And not just between scientists. People need to see these conversations so that they can understand what's going on. Like scientists aren't people. Non-science people. Okay. The third argument was that corporations are making bank on these vaccines. And that has to do with healthcare. But the thing about that is the anti-vaxxers typically very vocally support capitalism. So I agree. Vaccines are stupid expensive, and maybe they should be able to profit off of people's sickness. But at the same time, you can't argue that they shouldn't be able to do that and then vocally support them doing that. Sends a confusing message. So those are things that, we can agree on, right? What was I talking about? Went on this tangent. I was talking about, went into this when I was talking about one thing that anti vaxxers argued that was actually a good point. How do we know that these things are still a threat? What was I talking about immediately before that? Bra and panty matches, I think. I don't have instant replay on, so I can't check. I need like a second person in here watching so they can tell me what I missed. So I can maybe to work. If I go, hey chat, what was I just talking about, chat? Chat. No response. Great. So I don't remember where I was going with this. I don't remember what I was just talking about. So I'm going to move on to the next subject, which is. I also forgot what the next subject is. Great. This is why you can't go it alone, guys. This is why you need other people. Hope I didn't mess it up. I didn't mess it up. Oh, that's not too long. No! I guess I won't have the fan on. Oh. That made there. Ah! No! Oh no! This spoke that I glued down shifted position. So now it can't fold back up. Oh, well. Not like it was an expensive fan anyway. I did have something else to talk about, one other thing. Filters. Filters. This day and age, you can create a deep fake. And offline people, they think that's hard to do. Not. Most deep fakes are created by 12-year-olds. You know, for clout with the other 12-year-olds. But, you know, a lot of these kids are so ingrained in these filters, they don't know whether or not what they're looking at is a filter yet. They're still getting used to the fact, I guess I am an outlier in that case where I can pretty good eye. Not the best. Well, maybe the best. Not perfect. Um, so I'm not saying that we should legalize filters or whatever. But I am saying they should be regulated. Like, they can't be in the official channels, right? They shouldn't be in the government or police channels. They shouldn't be on news channels and reporter channels and journalism channels. I guess they can go in tabloid channels because everybody just reads them for the story. Like, it's fan fiction of real people anyway. Um, but you're not going to stop kids from doing these. Like, older, like adults are going to be like, okay, we shouldn't use these because whatever. So unless they're being super egregious about it, like harassment level egregious, like arresting a bunch of kids isn't gonna do something. But when it comes to porn and it comes to defamation, because it is defamation, not libel, because you're making it look like somebody is saying something they've never said or done something they've never did. That should be prosecutable. But at the same time, you have to keep in mind that, you know, 12-year-old kid is going to put Robert Downey Jr.'s face on and then be like, oh, happy birthday, little 12-year-old me. Give a shit about that. Even the other kids are going to be like, no, that's a filter. I need the proof. I need the physical proof. Right? But the filters are becoming a problem. We use these terms like deepfake to make it seem like there's this cabal of hackers faking these things when it's just like probably your kid right now. Probably your kid doing it right now. I should use glue remover. Mm-mm. Um, But yeah, unless we build up those kinds of skills, we have to be able to verify where the information is coming from. And this is what NFTs should be used for. We don't need to use NFTs. There are other ways we can do it. We just need a verification system that can be verified officially. Twitter has the right idea with the credit card verification. But we need to hold the credit card companies accountable for verifying that person's info. Like, if I can take my credit card and use it as an ID to get my plane ticket at the airport, then it should be a no-brainer that it works for Twitter. And if it doesn't, why? You know what I'm saying? The other option is a digital ID. You go to your DMV or your Secretary of State, whatever government agency, and you register with them. And when they give you your ID, your state ID, or your driver's license, then they also give you a state-held wallet, I guess, where you can verify your ID online. That would also help reduce the need for police databases, since all of that information would be visible to the person who owned that wallet. Any information that they felt like putting out there, they could. And then they can see whatever information that police or government agencies have on them. They can see their own voting record or their tax record, right? Having that information there is something that we already have. And it's a problem in between states right now, because the state's information still don't really share it unless it goes to the FBI or the CIA. And that should not be a thing. I'm not saying that the FBI shouldn't have access to those databases. I'm saying that state agencies should be able to talk with other state agencies about this information, right? Like, if one person serial killer in Georgia decides to go up to Washington, or vice versa. Not that we have that problem at the moment, but if that was the case, then, you know, the Washington jurisdiction should be able to see that the record that this person has. They don't have to act on it, but they can see it. You know what I'm saying? One reason that we don't share this information between states is because there's a fear of what happens if a single state gets it wrong. If they get it wrong, then a person is logically going to try fleeing the state. It is a logical conclusion that if you are afraid that literally everybody is against you and trying to frame you, what are you going to do? If you don't trust the system, what are you going to do? If the system doesn't trust you, what are you going to do? That's what these checks and balances mean. Like, if one state gets it wrong, this is why we're a union. We have 49 other states, and we can peer review each other. It is very dangerous to divide people in a way that reduces people's rights. Wait, we're back at the beginning again. Look at that. You hence why people are fleeing red states that are like, okay, being trans is now child abuse. But there is a discussion, and I have not put as much research into it as somebody like Mia Mulder has about the safety and efficacy of puberty blockers. I will say that they are safe enough for a little trans kid who's having suicidal thoughts to start taking them. It's part of the bigger discussion that everybody's worried about, you know, what if everybody starts taking them kind of thing. I can't make an argument on it. I can make an argument on where I've been and what I've seen. And that's where my argument. There's a bigger discussion to be had. But we can't get anywhere if your kid is trans, you are obviously an abusive parent. Like, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Some parents, I'm not talking about mine this time. Some parents are very horrible people. I think about, and I'm sure that a lot of other people do, they think about Michael Jackson's dad and other other child stars who are forced into these positions and movie roles, and then their parents spending all of the money that these kids made on these roles, because that's a thing. Because some parents are awful, just awful, because they only think about it that way. And I can see the argument that they're trying to make about that. But you cannot argue that point by villainizing trans people. Because the other argument is that because there's so many trans people nowadays online, they get all the attention. Yeah, because you gave me the attention. You don't have to give me the attention. If you don't like it, go away. Like, you're seeing a bunch of trans people in your feed. This is because you watched trans people online one time and the algorithm decided that you like trans people. This is just the way it works. The algorithm. The algorithm is garbage. And artificial intelligence is also garbage. Because, like, modern day artificial intelligence, it's still not any better than any of the artificial intelligence used in video games up to this point. And there is a lot of artificial intelligence that were used in video games up to this point. Any NPC or enemy fighting pattern, that is an artificial intelligence. That's not all of them, but a lot of them are. For example, in Left 4 Dead, they have this mechanic called the director. And the director job, this algorithm's job, is to create attack patterns that are different every time you play through the game. And it's supposed to do highs and lows of intense sequences. So say all of this all at once to get the blood pressure going, and then you give the player a break by leaning out, making less exciting gameplay moments. So we got the highs and the lows there. And that's what the director is supposed to do. It is an AI, and it was developed on top of older AI systems that simulated enemy movement. And we still use those in video games today. We still use similar concepts and ideas for AI. And the modern day AI, ChatGPT, deepfakes, whatever, it's not any more advanced than that. It just looks like black magic because people are illiterate. And they're illiterate because of the stigma that came from towards people that played video games. And every year when that shooting happens, it's not guns' fault, it's video games' fault. Video games cause these mass shootings, so people stay away from video games more and more. It was pretty bad. So because of that, a lot of stigma came on geeks and nerds and dorks that played video games, and a lot of them did not want to admit in real life that they played video games to other people because of that stigma. It was really bad. It was so bad. It was so bad that for me, I went to go get a used copy of Metroid Other M. There's a whole story behind that game. It was not the best Metroid game, but it was not a bad Metroid. I enjoyed it. But that particular game was made by Team Ninja. In America, Team Ninja at the time was famous for Dead or Alive, and more specifically, Dead or Alive Beach Volleyball, which means that it pissed off a lot of people that Team Ninja even got to develop Metroid Other M. I've talked about this before. I am so glad that the Metroid Prime remake came out, and I want to play it after I finish playing Dead Space. I'm gonna finish Dead Space first. But the game itself wasn't that bad. So this girl at the counter was very concerned about me at like 28, 25 at the time, picking up Metroid Other M. 28, closer to 30. And that's because of that stigma. That old stigma about classical, older game players. The older game players grew up in a time where playing video games was demonized. That demonization of the white male playing video games, and then also picking up, which was labeled a sexist game at the time. It probably still is. There are problems with the game, I'm not going to lie. But the biggest problem when it came out was the developer who developed it. And I understand that argument. But, I picked it up used for $5. Who was getting the profit off of this? Not Nintendo. It was, or Team Ninja was going straight to GameStop. So I didn't buy new. I bought it used. Because it was like, alright. Is everything they said about this game true? I was curious because I like Metroid, but I had not played it until. And this girl at the counter was very upset with me for buying it. And here's how bad that stigma was from my side. I see this little girl mad at me for buying this game, and I'm like, you're not even a gamer. Get out of here. Why are you even working here? That was my thought. I didn't say that out loud. That was my thought in my head. Because I couldn't see her as a gamer because I'm so used to, women just being mad at me for playing video games. Understand? That's where these divisions happen. How a lot of it is blown out of proportion or not fully understood because it is easier to wallow in our trauma than to see that this other person might have been affected by the same thing that we've been affected by. Would I recommend people play Metroid Other M? I'd probably recommend Metroid Prime. Like I said, it is not the best Metroid game, but you know, if you've got downtime, you know, in between releases, and you're looking for a game that you haven't played yet, it's worth $5. That's about it. It's definitely not the greatest Metroid game. You know, this goes in with those arguments, not understanding what people are saying. Sometimes people have a good point when they disagree with it. And sometimes they look exactly like the stereotype that you have in your head of the person who is only trying to insult you and your intelligence. Sometimes it's both. I'm glad that people are getting more involved with tech finally. I'm glad that it has such a widespread. There's so many gamers these days. For me, it's like seeing a bunch of people learning how to read or, you know, actually knowing how to read. Like seeing that change from being unable to read to people being able to read and write. That's how it feels to me. And people actually taking this initiative into their own hands, learning the things that they don't know, and trying to figure this whole mess out is amazing to me. I love it. I absolutely love it. I said a thing in a TikTok. I said, complete topic change. Um, in a TikTok, I said that you cannot criticize me if you do not know what I believe in. Now, some people took that out of context and said, I said that you cannot criticize me. No, you can criticize me all you want. But don't criticize me of something that's not true. Like, I play around with tarot cards, right? I play around with tarot cards because they're a toy. They're not real. They're just cards that you put out and you use them to think about your own life and your own actions. And maybe try to get some sense of foresight out of them. Help clear up your own thoughts when you're frustrated. That's it. They were initially developed as a game, and the modern version of tarot is literally bicycle or Uno. The only problem is when they were developed at the time, they ended up getting used for gambling, and the church was not having that. The church was very upset by those cards because they were involved in gambling. And they are still involved in gambling this day. Go figure. Not the tarot, because they got rid of the High Arcana and they kept all the rest of the cards and they made poker decks. And they still use them for gambling. So if you think demons are part of the tarot, you should never play cards. Go fish, you're gonna summon the devil, little boy. It's just a game. I've already said that, right? Like, my interest is in video games and gaming in general. Those are my interests. I love learning about games and I love playing games. You gotta criticize me. Come at me from that perspective, that view. But bullshit. It's just a thing. It isn't magic. Some people, it brings them a sense of calm and perspective. But let's take a look at this particular symbol here. This symbol is often demonized. This is what many people call a star. Yes. And yet some people look at this and what do they see? Right. Demons and witches. How does the shape of a star translate into pure evil? It's just a star. Well, there's something called a pentagram. That's this in a circle. The star in the circle. The pentagram. I don't know where it originally started, but it's not used for summoning demons like movies like to talk about. This pentagram is more often used as something called it's a protective charm, a protective symbol to ward away demons. Have you ever seen a demon in real life? No, that's because we have pentagrams. You're welcome. I don't commune with demons and devils. And if you look into Wicca or Druidism or any of those pagan shit, you'll know that it's not about summoning demons or whatever, and that the spells, the rituals, all they are is a different form of praying. They're asking for protection. They're asking for the higher power to guide them, to protect them. Everybody's God is, sorry, everybody's understanding of God is different to every individual. So while you can criticize people all you want, if you don't know what they stand for, if they don't know what they believe, then that criticism doesn't work, doesn't mean anything. It's just an attack. Because again, you don't know what I believe in. And you, I don't know, maybe some people care. What I believe in more than anything else in this plane of existence is humanity. I believe in people. I believe that every person wants to do the right thing. And I believe that some people they do the wrong thing because they don't believe that there's a better way. Because they've never seen the better way. They're stuck in survival mode. To them, the whole world is out to get them. And, but, you know, to Debbie thinks that she's entitled to whatever she wants for free. So she hasn't really grown out of her childhood. Now, I'm using Debbie the same way somebody uses Karen. So if you don't know who Debbie is, look it up. What is a Debbie? It's Google it. That's what. Have you ever been to Urban Dictionary? Um, yeah. So some people do not care the damage they do because they don't know any better. And they don't care to know any better. I don't know what to do about them. Because everybody believes they are a good person and they're doing the right thing and that they're not hurting anybody. That's what everybody believes. But some people are naive or ignorant or don't know any better. And no matter how you try to explain it to them, they don't learn. They don't know why that is. We have these terms like sociopath and psychopath, but I don't think they adequately explain what this is. Because to me, it looks more like stunted growth. in the head. Which I'm sure that there's plenty of people that would accuse me of that exact thing because, transgender and whatever. People were accusing me of strange things for longer than I quote unquote been trans, so I've always been queer. People have always called me that, no matter how I tried to fit in, so I stopped trying. Don't care. You know, whatever. This was not the hub that I wanted it to be. I didn't want an HDMI. I wanted USB-C ports, but this USB-C port is for charging. Oh well. We've made it this far. Let's see how well this registers on camera. There we go. I didn't want another one. It's pretty good. Don't get me wrong. The factor boxes are great, but I want to cook my own food, so just I feel like going back to a store instead of just eating those things. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. I talked about everything I wanted to talk about today. Is there something else that I need to talk about? Roxanne! What's up, buddy? You want some grilled cheese? Mm. Class warfare. May I assist you, buddy? Are you gonna come up here? You're just gonna keep bothering. Yes. Uh, class warfare. This is one of those topics that this is one of those topics that is really hard to broach because the what's left of the middle class and the upper class, they're gonna say there's no such thing. Like, I'm wealthy, but I'm not 1% wealthy. There are people in this world that look down on the poor. They look at other human beings as less. Those people exist. They are awful. And to top that off, there is classism. Because the argument is that if you're poor, you just didn't try hard enough. I am living proof that you can try as hard as you want, still not make it. Actually, there's a lot of trans women like that. There's a lot of minorities like that in this day and age. And I say minorities because every country has its own form of minority, its own variation of the one true race. You know what I mean? Every country has that. Every country, and I can't argue anything that they mean except for that's what those people are used to. Every country is used to their variant. They have their own divisions, their own groups of people that they dislike. Every country has it, it's different. In some cases, it's the same, in some cases, it's different. It is what it is. I'm thinking of when Trump was like, "All right, Russia, if you're listening, release Hillary's email." And like I imagine Trump was up there and he was like, "What are these people talking about?" And he was like grandstanding and being super sarcastic. Like, I'm not with Russia. If I was with Russia, then this would work. And then Russia released the email. And Trump was like, oh shit. What do I do now? Yet somehow that worked. In hindsight, it's hilarious. In the moment, though, it really did look like this president elect was working directly with the Russians. Like, I imagine, like, there is on TikTok, there's this series of presidential Minecraft server videos. Like, because they're former presidents, so they can't have like any other friends. So it's just like Obama and Biden and Trump. And they're just in this Minecraft server, just they just hate each other. Well, like they can't have any other friends because they're former president. It's hilarious to me. I like to imagine like all of the world leaders have like their own Minecraft server where they just chill out. It's like they don't want to deal with the normies and the regular populace. Like you at least understand what I'm going through. You at least understand what I'm dealing with. So I may not like you or your politics, but let's play Minecraft. I like that idea. It's hilarious. I forgot what I was talking about again. I had to tell the joke. The joke. And that's kind of what's happening right now, isn't it? I don't know why people are listening to me, but I do know that they are. Maybe not directly, maybe vicariously. That's what it means to be an influencer, I guess. You're not like directly controlling people's thoughts, but you are inspiring people who are listening to you to go deeper down the rabbit hole that you're talking about. That is a strange feeling. A very strange feeling. Yeah, I keep zoning out. My body must be really upset at the 2 hours of electrolysis. It's like keep going into recovery mode. Like, why would you inflict this pain on yourself? What are you, some sort of masochist? Want every single one of your hair follicles pulled out one by one after being dipped in acid? What is wrong with you? I don't know. Biology, you did this to me. Like, even when people disagree with me, I'm glad to see that the rhetoric is changing from what it was. And people are having these more nuanced discussions. And the younger people are having the kinds of discussions that younger people should be having. I mean, they're stupid young people discussions, but high school kids shouldn't have to deal with fixing the entire fucking world. That's not their job, you know. So I feel really bad for all of the younger kids, those high school students that got all of this huge publicity almost overnight and to deal with stuff that no other adult around them had to deal with. Like, there are a lot of younger people that understand the world in a way that a lot of older people, older than me, will never understand because of that. And that is not the kind of stuff that we should be placing on the backs of children. You think so? Got your butt. Hi. 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 You want this? Come on. You want the brush? You want the brush? Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. You can get the brush. I should bring catnip down here for this one. So she shuts up, mellows out. Oh, you agree with me, huh? Bossy. What, that wasn't enough? God, you are just a little shit. You are just a little shit. Just a little shit. Um, So I realized that I've been relying too much on the Sakurai and Kojima videos. So, provided I still have a base of operations next week, I will start focusing more on actual game development since I finally got the assets back that I ordered. Discord journals. Hello. After this week, anyway. This week's gonna be a week. um, Ultimately, I'll be fine. I'm just frustrated at the situation. You know, I still get my disability check, so I'm not worried about it. Uh, I am frustrated that I'm in this situation. This feels like another hurdle, and whenever you submit a hurdle that you have to go over that you see somebody else doesn't have to, it's frustrating. Okay, bye. Was I talking about something? Yeah, I was talking about something. I zoned out again. Yeah, I need somebody to keep me on track. Otherwise, I'll just be distracted by Georgia all the time. Can't let that happen because then Georgia wins. Oh my god. What if? What if? Georgia, I might need to change your name. I might need to change your name, buddy. I might need to change your name. What if Georgia is actually famous and all of the uh all of the attention that Georgia is getting, the state, is because of Georgia the cat? Wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that be hilarious? You famous, Georgia? You feel famous? You feel famous? Is that why you're so snobby at me? You're a prima donna now? Meow. Class warfare, that's what I was talking about. So there are people that do look down on the poor. But the problem is you can find the same types of people amongst the poors that are blamed for their own failings that you can in middle and upper class. The same kinds of people. So it's more like a hypocrisy. Like the poor aren't there because they're lesser, because those same people are with the upper class. And I'm pretty sure that I don't have to prove that because everybody can think of one guy they know that is like, yeah, that guy is just a dick. or girl. Then there are some people in that group that I just looked at that really do want to subjugate other people. They really do want that. And they'll take advantage of the way the whole system works in order to get their way. That is by far a very small minority, but they exist nonetheless. Most people are just trying to get by, survive the day to day. But if you think that you deserve more money because you make more money, and by that I mean deserve more government incentives because you make more money than somebody else that makes less money, then you are inflating your own sense of worth. Because you're saying that I have all of this capital, all of this money, but I cannot, it's just not enough. So when I make a mistake, it's because it was just a mistake. And everybody makes mistakes. Unless you're poor, then you're poor because you can't stop making mistakes. And look, I don't know the perfect solution to the world's problems, but I do know that there are a lot of pros that have a stupid amount of money that are just wasting it. I don't know. I don't know a lot of the arguments that people make, but I do know a lot of basics that people are overlooking. So like in the economy and what people are overlooking. I was talking about this earlier about um, the people in media that don't understand their influence on people because they are constantly trying to please their audience members and, keep their fan base, their viewer base, and make them happy, right? Um, but they don't really understand what their viewer base was looking for to begin with. They just treat it like a business. The only thing that matters is profits, right? Which can be misleading a lot of the time. For example, if you go viral with a TikTok video or a YouTube video or a Twitter post, that one post goes completely viral, get like millions, tens of millions of hits all at once. And the thing about that though is, are you gonna recreate it a second and a third time? No. So it's gonna feel like you lost your audience, you lost your profits when that inevitably drops. And that's not what you should be really looking that as a metric. It's how viral you go. Like, because that creates incentive to just be the first one to say some weird garbage instead of do anything that matters. You know, a lot of people believe the lies on Fox News because it's being said by Fox. And Fox News is saying those things because they think that's what's gonna keep them their business afloat. Because it is a business, and that's how capitalism and businesses work, correct? So we have this disconnect between journalism and profiting. You know, people don't understand the fundamentals of how these different systems, subsystems, all interact with each other. It's not just like one whole system. Like, it is one whole system, the whole country, the whole world. But they were looking at it as an isolated thing. Like, they're looking at their own news channel as if it's isolated from the rest of the United States, as if there's no effect outside of their own viewer base. That's not the case. That is, they're a business, so they're affected by the economy. And what they say affects the economy. And both what they say and the economy affects politics, vice versa. These all subsystems all affect every other thing that is part of what makes the United States or makes the world. All these different subsystems. So we can't view them as if they're separate. We have to view them as an interconnected thing. That's where I excel, because as a jack of all trades, I can see where all of these different, what people consider isolated systems, how they interact, how they influence others, everybody else. And the only reason that I'm able to do that, that I am what I am, that I can have these opinions that I have, is because I took my own path. I don't listen to other people's advice if it conflicts with reality. And sometimes I get it wrong. But that means that I was able to develop this mindset by picking and choosing what worked best for me, as opposed to what you're supposed to do. And yeah, I did get caught into the what you're supposed to do. Everybody needs to make their paycheck, right? Which is kind of part of the problem. Everybody needs to survive, so nobody's doing what's right for them. There are a lot of people that would do better than me in what was my job in the military as a mechanic. There are a lot of people in the world that would do better, but they don't want to take that career path, either because it's stigmatized, and we know why the military is stigmatized. or because they think it's beneath them, or any number of things. And there are some people that really enjoy the job that I had. I don't. I mean, it's not bad. It was fun while it lasted. But there are people that would enjoy doing that work more than I do, that would be way better at it than I am, because they would be enjoying what they're doing. And everything that we have set up right now teaches people that they should not do what they enjoy doing and instead try to make as much money as possible so that you can retire early. And then, only then, do you get to do what you want. And that doesn't work out for most everybody. You know, it doesn't work out for a whole lot of people. They get stuck pursuing that dream of finally being able to do what they feel like doing. Finally. So everybody is unhappy and they go, well, I don't enjoy my life, so you don't get to do it either. That's just the way the world is. Deal with it. So, I decided to deal with it. If more people actually enjoyed their jobs, enjoyed life, we wouldn't need to fall into these old patterns where we feel like everybody's out to get us. Because most people aren't. They're just afraid that everybody's out to get them. And when enough people feel that way, that's when we start fighting. And if you look at it on a very small scale, like high school drama, high school drama, that is what global politics is. High school drama. It's just a bigger scale. So the people that are in charge, the leaders, they have to be aware of this. They have to be aware of this drama. And some of them are. Some of them are very aware of it. Some of them aren't. But what's very troubling is that regular people, everyday citizens, civilians, they don't understand that. They really think that the drama is more than drama. They think it's real. They think other countries want to destroy them. I mean, we kind of, that's our bad. We're sorry. We have to believe that more people are working together than are only in it for themselves. On a large enough scale, that prisoner's dilemma. Enough people working together can offset any people that are only in it for themselves. And right now, that is the step that we can hope for. The next step that we can hope for as a people, as citizens in the world, is that there are enough people that want to help each other out. And I know that anybody that considers them redneck or southern or good old boy, hell, even the Proud Boys, they believe that they're the type of person that will drop everything and help others out. Because that's the kind of person they are. Right? I might be sick because after electrolysis, I ended up somebody themselves in a ditch, and I don't have the tools to help them get out of the ditch, as I don't carry them with me because I don't often find myself in ditches that much anymore. But you know, you're supposed to carry uh like 2x4s and stuff to help you get out in case you slide into a ditch. And it snowed very, there was a bunch of snowflakes outside. The ones that were made of water and not flesh, you know. Actual snowflakes, not the conservative or liberal snowflakes that have been so popular these days, like actual snowflakes. What, dude? No. Why are you mad at me? Why are you mad at me? Why are you yelling at me, dude? Why are you yelling at me? Why are you being so bossy? That was a mad yell. She's mad at me. What did I do to you, dude? Huh? What do you want? What do you want? You gotta stop having that attitude with me, dude. You gotta stop having that attitude. Oh god. Get out of here. Get out of here. So this person found herself in a ditch, and I stopped. I didn't have the tools to do it, but used my car to divert traffic anyway. I tried to help her get her out, and I failed miserably. But what pissed me off was the traffic going by. It was just F 150, F 150, F 150, F 150, just driving down the road, like a bunch of them. And you know my mindset. Like, I see a bunch of F 150s, lift kits. I think somebody that prides themselves in helping people out of a ditch. That's what I think. Not a single one of them stopped to help her out. And, you know, I know that they actually had the tools. She was sitting there for 2 hours almost before the cops finally showed up. And her tow truck still didn't show up then either. You know, you know how expensive it is to get a tow. It's $200 minimum. It is garbage. So Every single one of these people, they see this car in the ditch, and they just keep driving. They do not stop to help, and it's just I'm seeing all of these people that I know pride themselves on being the kind of person that will stop and help push a lady out of a ditch. You tell me that there isn't a bunch of people that meet that description that I gave you that do not pride themselves that way. I'll wait. Most of them do. That's why they get those big, ugly trucks. They pride themselves on that. Having the tools, being able to help out their friends and family. Not one of these people stopped to help this lady out of the stitch. I stopped because I know what it's like to be stuck in a fucking ditch in a winter and having all of these people pass you by and how lonely that feels. That is the loneliest moment in anybody's life, right? And it pissed me off. I drive a 2013 Chevy Sonic, so I'm used to these trucks riding my ass. And then on social media and on TV, being like, yeah, see, the thing I don't have to worry about is if I get into an accident because if somebody else is driving, my truck will be okay, but your little Chevy Sonic won't. Like, yeah, because you are in the giant truck. The giant truck with the roll coal and the 10 miles to the gallon. The one thing that you guys have that prevents you from being just the massive dicks that you are is that you pride yourself on stopping to help out people that need help. And you don't. You don't do the one thing that you pride yourself on when you use these terms like good old boy, southern hospitality, redneck. Y'all ain't shit, y'all are posers. It's frustrating me, dude. And I'm like, damn it. One day I'm not prepared for this. I should have been. Then I blame myself for not having the appropriate tools. And then I realize, fuck these guys. It's their fault. Like, obviously, the lady drove herself into a ditch. She's a college student. You know how they are. She just got her driver's license. Never driven in snow before. She got herself stuck in a ditch. Probably. I don't know her backstory. I made all that up. But that's what I think of for this whole situation. So I think, why don't we stop to help each other out? And the only answer to that is we don't have the time. Because if everybody wasn't in a rush to get to where they're going, I can see them, you know, like, oh, I got some time to waste. We'll help you out. But everybody's so busy on that grind, they can't help anybody out. They can't help anybody out without sacrificing something for themselves. And not something small like family time, those few hours that you get, or your bedtime, or even your livelihood. those are the things that you would be sacrificing to stop to help somebody out. And that it shouldn't be that way. It should not be that. And I know that a lot of people, they pride themselves on helping people. They do. Most people do. But in practice, not so much. You know, on paper, everybody's altruistic. But in practice, they're complacent. That is a cultural failing. For people that pride themselves on helping their community. A complete cultural failure. And I'm not saying this like, oh, I'm holier than thou. Like, I went down the road a ways before I was like, nobody's gonna stop to help her. And I turned around. So he was out there for like another 40 minutes with nobody there. That's not something anybody can fix on their own, right? There just has to be people willing to stop and help. But our schedules are packed, man. 8 hours of work, 4 hour commute. In the middle of a snowstorm, it's going to be another 4 hours. You got to go home and cook food for your family. You got to spend time with your family. You need time to sleep. And you do have to poop. You got to find a place to poop in there somewhere. So nobody has time to help anybody. You know, except for the hippies that don't have anything better to do, like myself. You know, so the question is, what kind of society do we want to encourage? Do we want to encourage this current society where nobody has the time to stop? Or do we want a society where we're helping each other? You know, even when somebody else makes a mistake, we all have been stuck in that ditch. And if you haven't been stuck in that ditch, fuck you. That is some privileged ass shit right there. Not having to know what it feels like to be stuck in the fucking ditch. That is privileged. Privileged shit. So privileged. All right, I'm gonna take a break. Um, I am gonna play Dead Space first. I'm probably gonna be up super late, but I am hungry, so I'm gonna go grab a bite. Back. Let me get this out of the way. I got one more of these things. The other one? Where did I throw it? Okay. There's one more. Welcome. Whoever gets it. Why are you? Hey, stop. Thank you. Okay. Go. All right. I'll be back. I'm shooting for 10, maybe 20. I'll be back. Oh, there we go. Hi! There we go. There we go. Okay. 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 I got honeydew. Honeydew melon is the best melon. Can you imagine getting fired for playing Hogwarts Legacy under contract? Like, this company is paying you money, paying your company, the company that controls your contract money, that you play their game. And they're like, all right, we're gonna need you to play this game for us. And so they do because they're getting paid by their employer, which is getting paid by the company that paid them to play it. And then they play it on stream, and then their manager is like, "You shouldn't have played that game. You're fired." Can you imagine that? That would be fucked up. I can't believe so many people that claim to be part of the streamer system don't actually know how it works. They're just in it for the clicks, dude. I'm not. Thanks for ignorance. Roxanne, what you doing down there? What you doing? You don't like fruit. It's honeydew, dude. You gotta inspect my food. Inspect my food. Even though she knows she doesn't want it. You gotta make sure that I'm eating healthy, huh? Appreciate that. I really have to start spending some time learning more Japanese. I really do. I'm gonna need it in the future. I can barely remember to take my meds every day though, so that has an effect. Like a double down effect. I forget to take on, and then that in turn means my everything stops regulating correctly, so I get tired, more tired than Sleepy Joe. I still got that military mindset, dude. Like, you're not gonna sleep, so wherever you find a chance to sleep, you take it. That messed me up. Oh well. I don't care. I love my naps. But it also means that if I get myself a Red Bull, it's like, activate the centrifuge. God damn it. This is so far behind where I ended last night. I thought I saved.
Centrifuge offline. Please attach generator modules manually.
Elevator. What? You're not dead yet? Shit.
Generator module attached.
Ah, wrong button again. Wasting my stasis charge. Well, at least that remained the same.
like the centrifuge is back online. All that's left is restarting the engines, right? Ready when you are.
Oh, right. I got killed by the centrifuge. It got me! No! Alright. I can't cheese it. I tried, and it was like, no.
Entering zero gravity. Warning. Centrifuge offline. Please attach generator modules manually.
Hear you, but I don't see you. Yeah. Really?
Generator module attached. Generator module attached. Clutch engaged. All personnel clear for centrifuge restart.
like the centrifuge is back online. All that's left is restarting the engines, right? Ready when you are.
Exiting vacuum.
Oh yeah, that's fucking thing. I have to look up something. Hold on.
Got it. Isaac, fuel storage is unlocked. It'll give you access to the engine chamber.
Entering zero gravity.
Hey, Hammond. I cracked the secure files. CEC was here for more than just a mining claim, huh?
What do you mean?
This outbreak started on the colony, after the miners dug up some artifacts. Something alien.
That's impossible.
But it would explain why Aegis 7 is meant to be off limits, right? Earth God's orders. When the miners found the artifact, they reported hallucinations, paranoia, suicides. But the Ishimura brought this marker on board anyway. Like that was a plan.
Wait. The marker.
Okay, back up. Where's this marker now?
In cargo. All packaged up for delivery.
Why does this look like Resident Evil 7? Looks like it was taken directly from... Maybe it was vice versa. Yeah.
Clearance confirmed.
Oops. Oh, these little plots.
Engineering log. My last log. Temple reporting. I can't raise anyone on Rickling. I think my team is gone. I found the Kinesis module that someone used to bust the centrifuge. Burned out. Who would sabotage the Ishimura at a time like this? I'll report to the bridge, if anyone's left. And then I'm finding Elizabeth and getting us the hell off this ship.
Ow. So I am bending low. You ain't something you're not. Yourself by yourself. Stay away from me. Lesson learned in time. Up from the dawn of time. Breathe. Back. Walk. What did you say? Breathe. Respect. Walk. That won't let me shoot him. Really did. To achieve. Playing your song. There's no standard anymore. By yourself, be away from me. Be something you're not. By yourself, stay away from me. Learned in life, known from the dawn of time. Respect. Respect. Walk. You're not gonna do that. What did you say? Breathe. Respect. Walk. Are you talking to me? Hi. I am pretty sure that I missed a flamethrower charge somewhere. Pretty sure.
Warning. Planetfall imminent. Correct course immediately.
Days without incident. Error. Hey.
Engine power failure.
These guys remind me there was a movie, like an old bad movie, Virus. Stay away from me.
Warning. Engine power failure. Replace power cell to begin ignition sequence.
And this movie was about a satellite got a computer virus, which started out as an antivirus program for the satellite, and then it communicated with a boat that was lost at sea, and it like transmitted itself to the boat and took over all the machinery on the boat, and it thought its function was to exterminate humanity because humanity fit the definition of a virus. And the virus made some human machine hybrids. Oh.
Warning. Engine power failure. Replace power cell to begin ignition sequence.
I should have made it stop at the store, huh? Let your tools do the talking.
Warning. Engine power failure. Replace power cell to begin ignition sequence.
Where's that going? Fine. This is power required.
Warning. Engine power failure. Replace power cell to begin ignition sequence.
Ugh, it is not a good movie by any means, but if you like bad horror movies, it might be worth a watch.
Warning. begin ignition sequence. Ignition sequence initiated. Please stand by.
Anyway, some of these monsters remind me of one of those machine-human hybrids. There you go. Oh, shit. Ah, fuck.
Fuel outlets secure. Please stand by. Opening ignition chamber. Please stand by. Finalizing pre-ignition check. Now clear of exhaust valve. Engines ready. Please confirm ignition order.
Isaac, you did it. The Ishimura's moving again.
No thanks to whoever sabotaged the fuck out of these engines.
You bought us time to figure it out. Autopilot's taking us into geostationary orbit.
Wait, you're flying us through the planet crack debris?
That's what the asteroid defense system is for.
But the ADS is offline. I've got the system readouts here.
Hammond, the Ishimura's in rough shape. A couple of bad strikes could finish her off.
Shit. Daniels, give me all the data you have. I'll try to adjust course. Isaac, take the train from engineering. Meet me on the bridge. I'll lift the station lockdown. We need to work on this together.
Nicole? I'm here. Nicole! Damn it.
ADS cannons. They're a mess. I'm gonna need your help. I am not losing the Ishimura. Not now.
The Ishimura, Hammond, or the marker?
That artifact they found?
Don't bullshit us. CDC knew all along about the marker, didn't they? Isn't that why you're really here? Corporate wouldn't send the Ishimura for some off-the-books mining. But alien technology, yeah, that fits.
And how does losing my team fit into this theory?
Hey, knock this shit off. We're into the debris field. We get the ADS back together, or it's over.
Then meet me at the captain's nest. Daniels?
Fine. But I'm going through the ship reports, Hammond. I'm getting some answers.
Level 2 security clearance required.
Where the frick is the
You okay? At least containment and life support are holding. So far.
Level 2 security clearance required.
trap him in here. His face. I'm not seeing things, right? That's Chen.
You can't help him, Hammond. He's...
You're right. I should... The hell with it.
Escape pod 47 launched.
I worked with him for years. Johnston, too. At least she was spared becoming a monster.
We're gonna fix this, Hammond. For them.
Yeah. Come on. The ADS cannons. I can hold this position for a while, if no more asteroids come through the roof. Here. All I can tell is the ADS power routing was shot.
Well, the administration systems aren't doing much. We could redirect power from there. I'd need to rewire the junction boxes, but we get the ADS cannons back.
Good. Isaac, about what Daniel said. I don't know about any illegal mining or the marker. I swear, I'm just here for a repair mission.
Look, Hammond, I don't know you or Daniels well enough to judge, but CEC had to know about the marker.
The company maybe, but shit like that's above my pay grade. Look, we can get into it later. You'll need a way down to those junction boxes. You can turn the atrium elevators back on from security. You'll have full access. I found a CEC executive key card. I'll upgrade your clearance.
And you upgraded yours already?
Yeah, just in case. And Isaac? I heard something up there. Something big. Watch your back.
They bringing the marker on the planet for a day or
Remember,
You-
you need to reactivate the elevators from security.
You know how eager I am to study the marker. I understand your sense of urgency given the events on the colony, but that's exactly my reasoning. What's happening down there is just too unprecedented to acting cautiously. We need time to study the causes and effects. After consulting with Dr. Mercer, I'd like to meet with Dr. Ciarello on the Welland Planet side. Their observations on a particular patient may be invaluable to understanding what we're dealing with here. Terrence. Executive clearance authorization. Grid code.
If we don't fix the ADS cannons, the pilot will cloud of shrapnel.
The grid code permits the recipient, Warren Eckerd, executive access aboard USG Ishimura until such time as it is roped by Captain B. Matthews. Please secure your brig and do not allow others access to restricted areas. Separate codes must be obtained for any staff members. As requested, Executive Director Altman be praised.
You going?
Just getting prepped.
Can you prep on the way? Those asteroids aren't waiting.
Alright. I'm gonna quit here. I'll be right back. I'm gonna set up, do a trial run for tomorrow night. See how it goes. See you in a bit. monitors here, and they are not cooperating the way I want them to. So, what was I gonna do? Gonna do something. I don't remember what I was doing. Hey. I'm gonna have to figure out all this stuff. Okay, I know what I'm doing. I think. If I don't do that, the cats will come in here and try to sing with us. Right? Alright, is this working? Hello? Hello? Wow, this blue snowball is so good at picking up voices. Like, do I even need this? I'm just gonna keep it just cause. Just cause. You know. Then when I misplace this thing, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Super fine. Nope. There we go. Like, oh. On a cobweb afternoon in a room full of emptiness at the freeway, I confess I want lost in the pages of a book full of death, reading how we'll die alone and to let's just rest anywhere we wanna go. In your house, I long to be, room by room, patiently I'll wait for you there. Like a stone, I'll wait for you there alone. And on my deathbed,
I will pray to the gods and the angels like a pagan, to anyone who will take me to heaven, to a place I recall that was there so long ago. I was bruised, later sad. There you led me on. In your house, I long to be. Room by room, patiently, I'll wait for you there. Like a stone, I'll wait for you there. Alone, alone. Ah! Testing audio. I think I might be like right on time with this because it sounds weird in my own ears. Better than it used to. And yawn I read until the day was gone, and I sat in regret of all the things I've done, for all that I've blessed and all that I've wronged. In dreams until my death, I will wander on in your house. I long to be room by room, patiently I'll wait for you there. Like a stone, I'll wait for you there. Alone, alone. I don't like what my voice did there. No promises. What? What? Why would you do this to me? It muted it. Tired of being what you want me to be. Feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. Don't know what you're expecting of me. Put under the pressure of watching in your shoes. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. I've become so numb, I can't feel you there. Become so tired, so much more aware. I'm becoming this. All I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. Can't you see that you're smothering me? Holding too tightly, afraid to lose control. 'Cause everything that you thought I would be has fallen apart right in front of you. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. And every second I waste is more than I can take. I've become so numb, I can't feel you there. Become so tired, so much more aware. I'm becoming this. All I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. And I know I can end up failing too. But I know you were just like me, with someone disappointed in you. I've become so numb, I can't feel you there. Become so tired, so much more aware. I'm becoming this. All I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. I've become so numb. Tired of being what you want me to be. I've become so numb. Tired of being what you want me to be. Not because I don't want to.
Did I take my rest of my pills?
Otherwise, I might be able to do tomorrow. It sucks. Is this a real life? Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Open your eyes, look up to the skies and see. I'm just a poor boy. I need no sympathy because I'm easy come, easy go. Little high, little low. Any way the wind blows doesn't really matter to me. To me. Mama. just killed a man. Put a gun against his head. Pulled my trigger, now he's dead. Mama, life had just begun. Now I've gone and thrown it all away. Mama, ooh, mean to make you cry. If I'm not back again this time tomorrow, carry on, carry on. It doesn't really matter. Too late, my time has come. Shivering shivers down my spine, body's aching all the time. Goodbye, everybody, I've got to go. Gotta leave you all behind and face the truth. Mama, I don't wanna die. Sometimes wish I'd never been born at all. I see a little silhouette of a man. Got a moose, gonna do the fandango. Thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening me. Galileo, Galileo, Figaro, and if you go, I'm just a poor boy, nobody loves me. He's just a poor from a poor family, sharing his life from this monstrosity. Easy go, will you let me go? Ishmael, no, we will not let you go. Bismillah, we will not let you go. Bismillah, we will not let you go. We'll not let you go. We'll not let you go. Let me go. Oh, no, 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 no. Mamma mia. Beelzebub has a devil put aside for me. For me. For me. I never claimed to be good at opera. So you think you could stop me and spit in my eye? So you think you can love me and leave me to die? Baby, can't do this to me, baby. Just gotta get out, just gotta get right out of here. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Nothing really matters. Anyone can see. Nothing really matters. Nothing really matters to me. Anyway, the wind blows. All right, that's it. I don't want to ruin my voice. Good night. Thanks for hanging out with me.